You're taking a live look at the city of Delray Beach's beach camera. It's looking pretty blustery out there right now. I'm Mario Rodriguez with live coverage of Tropical Storm Isaias. Let's take a look at the 8 o'clock advisory that came out about an hour ago as we basically get all the numbers for this evening. Just stay tuned. We'll be with you for the night, and we'll be providing you guys with a look at what's going on in Boca and the rest of southern Palm Beach County. All right, Tropical Storm Isaias right now moving 9 miles per hour northwest with a maximum sustained wind of 70 miles per hour. Be aware, hurricane warning in effect for Boca Raton and the Palm Beaches. You're going to see those conditions worsen tonight into tomorrow. We're going to take a quick look and switch over here real quick so you guys can take a look at the forecast cone. Right now, looking to skirt the coast. So those of you who have interests in being out and about tonight into tomorrow, you might want to plan accordingly. Not a safe night to be out, especially right now. The forecast track has shifted west, so it might come on shore, but it might also stay just offshore. Either way, we're in for a nasty little bit of weather. Just got a shout out from Facebook. Yeah, my pleasure, guys. I'm going to be here for the evening. So anything happens, any updates, I'll keep you guys posted. I do want to take a look real quick and show you guys the current look at the conditions, sorry, not the current look at the conditions. I want to show you guys the current satellite photo of the storm right now. We're looking at not that impressive of a system. It is actually starting to fall apart, but we do have a little bit of blow up in convection right now as the sun goes down. You can see the cloud tops from the visible satellite starting to fade away, and you can see that that those high clouds, they're actually a little bit removed from the circulation. They're up in the northeast quadrant, and you can see the actual center of circulation a little bit removed from that. Your heavier winds are going to be up in that quadrant. But the actual center is making a beeline for the Palm Beaches. So if you're out on the coast, just be aware. That's going to be coming in early tomorrow morning by the looks of it. We'll be right back. I'm going to switch over real quick so you guys can take a look at the Delray Beach cam, and we'll be checking in with you guys every so often. I'll also have a quick look at the discussion from the National Weather Service. They have some thoughts that they put out at 5 p.m. So we'll be looking through that as well. Hey everybody, I'm Mario Rodriguez. Welcome back, and just taking a look at the National Weather Service's statement for the storm. The wind shear has weakened it somewhat, but the forecast track has moved westward. So if you're just joining us, that is something to keep in mind, that it's possible that it will come on shore. That wind shear has weakened it down to a tropical storm as of the as of actually, I believe it was the 5 o'clock advisory, but they're expecting it to re-strengthen to hurricane force later this evening as it starts to make its final approach. So right now we've got some blustery winds out on Delray Beach, and I'm going to show you guys, if you're just joining us. I'll switch over to that real quick, and you can take a look at that. No, that's that is not what I wanted to show you guys. That is me. Here we go. So here we go. If you guys have any questions, feel free to shout out in the comments. I'm basically keeping abreast, and I'm going to actually pull up a picture that I just grabbed from the cameras while I was prepping for the live broadcast, and this was from earlier in the evening, just before the sun went down. And I'm going to switch over to that in just a moment. You can see just just how blustery just how blustery and incredibly blustery the winds and rain. That's South Beach Park in Boca Raton. You can see some of the people out there just taking in the inclement weather as it starts to get blusterier and blusterier. So definitely somebody to check out. We're also going to take a look at the spaghetti models in a little bit, but stay tuned with us. You can check back here and now, and then again at 10 o'clock when I believe it might be 10 o'clock. It might be the 11 o'clock hour. Um, I think actually no, it is they don't do a 10 o'clock advisory. They do an 11 o'clock advisory. So make sure to come and join us again at the 11 o'clock hour. We will be touching base with that advisory. Just stay here, and we'll make sure to keep you guys updated. Anyway, I'm Mario Rodriguez, and I'll be back in just a bit. I leave you with the Delray Beach camera. You guys can get a live look at what's going on, and I'll also try and pull up some other feeds as we go forward in the evening. So um, I know everybody tries to find the webcams, but what I'll do is I'll do that legwork for you guys. Just stay tuned, and you can keep the stream on, and I'll chime in every once in a while with any new developments locally. All right, we're back. Just taking a quick look at the spaghetti models updated from tropical Atlantic. And right now, the storm is just passing over Bimini. And if you guys see that, that right there is Bimini. That is due east of Miami. So it's right in this vicinity. It's really slowed down over the course of the evening. It was moving at a very fast rate, but it's found a little bit of resistance. That shear and that combination has slowed it down. It's still moving pretty good. It's moving northwest at 9 miles per hour, which is not fast, not slow. That's kind of a middling speed for a tropical system. You usually see that, but it will start to speed up again once it starts making that curve. But let's take a look at these spaghetti models, and you can see that you have some of them bringing the storm onshore, some of them keeping it offshore. But as you could see, it's very close. We're talking about just skirting that coastline all the way up. So if you have family up in Georgia, up in the Carolinas, just something to look at, that they will feel some impacts from this. It'll start to move through up there real quick, but right now, if you have friends and family here in the Palm Beaches, particularly Boca and points northward, that center of circulation is going to come in fairly close to you. Um, it may shift west, it may shift east. Just be aware that these forecast tracks are not set in stone, and hurricanes have a tendency to wobble. Uh, it is very often the case that the storm may wobble to the east and stay offshore, or wobble to the west and come right into the areas there. That's just something that happens with these sorts of systems. And can I remove that? Yes, I can. Look at that. But yeah, uh, the 11 o'clock advisory should come out not too much further in the future. You'll also see these spaghetti models get updated. These are from probably after the 5 o'clock advisory, something like that. I don't exactly know what time these were updated, but I checked these earlier in the afternoon. They were a little bit different. So they're probably due for an update. They don't actually update with the they actually don't update with the advisories. They have their own runtime. I've seen them come out with new ones on the advisory, but that's not necessarily the case. Um, at least for the ones that go public. I have no idea what the Weather Service has access to, but definitely something to look at. Obviously, you don't want to make your plans based on this. You want to make your plans based on this right here. The official statements from the Weather Service, and really, they are the final word on that. They are the experts. But you can see that in the cone, it has it staying offshore or coming onshore. It really could be either way. So let me just clear this out. I'm gonna switch you guys over back over to one of our radar images. Let's just take a look at the visible. We took a look at the cloud tops. Let's see the sun going down right now, and you can see really the storm just really was really well sheared, but is starting to see a little bit of a flare up. From my experience, and take this with a grain of salt. From my experience, hurricanes tend to love that warm Gulf Stream water. You always see, provided the conditions are right, you always see a little bit of intensification once these storms get into that nice shallow water and they come in and they encounter the Gulf Stream before Florida. You saw that with Wilma. You saw that with Matthew. Uh, these waters are just very warm. So, particularly right now, as you see it passing through where that current occupies, right between us and Bimini, you start to see a little bit of a flare up, as well as daytime heating and a number of other factors. The shear may also be subsiding, but I can't really say anything to that. More than likely, you'd want to hear from a meteorologist on that. But that is a pretty good flare up right there. And it's a little bit closer to the circulation than we've seen, at least most of the afternoon. So something that you usually see with these systems. They puff up, they fall apart, they puff up, they reorganize, and this one is not in the necessarily most favorable environment. So it is what it is. Let's take another look at that Del Rey cam. I'm gonna leave that up for a little bit until we do another check in. That'll be in a little while. Make sure to let people know that we're on. I will be pulling out some of the different webcams around the area so you guys can take a look. And that way you don't even have to do the legwork. Let me do that. And I'll also put up, if you comment on Facebook at the Boca Tribune Facebook page, we're also on YouTube. But it's the Facebook page, the Tribune Facebook page, where I see the comments so I can put them on air. Hey, everybody. If you're just joining us, I'm Mario Rodriguez, live with some periodic updates from the Boca Raton Tribune. This is News Around the Block and our live coverage of Tropical Storm Isaias. Going to do a quick check in, let everybody know of the information from the 8 o'clock advisory. So just bear with me here for a second. And here we go. Tropical Storm Isaiah is currently moving northwest at 9 miles per hour. It's located around Bimini, so that's just due east of Miami, about 100 or so miles, and making a beeline for the Palm Beaches right now. It's expected to skirt the coastline. It may go on shore, it may not. So just be aware of that. We will stay with it for the rest of the evening, and I'll keep you guys updated. Isaias is expected to strengthen into a hurricane again before potentially making landfall and zipping up the Florida coastline on its way up to the Carolinas and points beyond. Not a very powerful storm. It's been suffering from a lot of wind shear and some very unfavorable environments that it's gone through, particularly after Hispaniola and then the wind shear. But it has gotten its act together at one point, becoming a hurricane. Today, the center of circulation was fairly naked. You could see the high cloud tops were off to the east side of the storm. It started to flare up right now as it's passing over the Gulf Stream, and the sun has started to go down. Um, it is expected to strengthen back into hurricane status before it it comes on shore. What does that mean for us? Well, we're going to get a lot of rain, a lot of wind. It's going to be a category 1, not too much stronger than it is now, but it's looking at least according to the weather service to top out at about 80 miles per hour. So strong cat 1 or yeah, strong cat 1 as it comes on shore. Um I wouldn't say is that let's see. I'm trying to remember now what category 1 goes up to. I should have that chart in front of me, but it's okay. It's maybe a middling cat 1 would be the more um would be a more apt term as to what it is we're going to encounter. The fact that the circulation is more or less naked near the center, so we're more or less on the clean side right now, is good. Not sure exactly what that'll mean as the bands start coming in and it starts to strengthen a little bit. So just keep abreast of it. I'll be updating you guys with new radar imagery and the new advisories every so often. 11 o'clock advisory, not too far away. So check back in. I'll also be switching to some of the webcams around. So if you guys want to leave it on and keep some of the webcams going, you'll hear me chime in every so often with any new information. A little while earlier, we took a look at the spaghetti models. Um, I guess we could take another look at them real quick for anybody who's just joining us. Let me get the. There we go. So if you're just joining us right there, that this is a little bit old because those spaghetti models usually lag behind a little bit. But as you can see, it's it's right around where Bimini is right now, just east of Miami. Currently moving northwest at 9. It's slowed down considerably from the clip that it was going earlier, but it's looking to skirt the coastline right around Boca, West Palm Beach, St. Lucie. Might come on shore, might not. They're not 100% sure. As always, that forecast cone is where the center is, but the storm is much bigger than that. Even now, where it's undergone some weakening, it's still much bigger than that. So just expect impacts. Um, the Bahamas saw those 70-mile-per-hour winds not too long ago. Some gusts up to 88 miles per hour at one point out at the islands near Nassau. So it is pretty windy. It isn't not going to show up. It will definitely show up. But let me switch back to the Delray Beach cam, and we will be back in a little bit with more updates. Stay tuned. Hey all, we're switching up webcams right now. This is actually Fort Lauderdale, so you can see the downtown area and Port Everglades just glowing with those cloud tops that are moving through. You can see some of those low clouds. The video quality is a little bit low, but you can kind of make them out. Uh, Squall came through earlier, but right now, at least in the Fort Lauderdale area, things are a little bit calmer. Um, that might be an aircraft, but I doubt it. And you can see the causeway. I'm not sure what causeway that is. That might be 17th Street. Yeah, that might be 17th Street Causeway. I'm not 100% sure about that. Anyway, I'll leave you there, and we'll take a look at Delray Beach again in a little while, and some of the other webcams around the area. We might also see if I'm going to see if I can also get a shot of West Palm Beach right now. Taking a live look right now at the Delray Beach camera. It's getting pretty windy right there. We had some rain come through earlier and obscured the vision a little bit. I think it might still be raining. The conditions are just going to worsen as the evening goes on, particularly early morning into the rest of the day. I am Mario Rodriguez. You're watching the live coverage of the Boca Tribune, and took a little moment, got some carrot cake. If you're just joining us, I'm going to be here throughout the evening, giving you guys periodic updates. We got the 11 o'clock advisory about an hour from now. And we'll be taking another look at the satellite pictures. There should be some updated images from the Weather Service, the GOES 16 satellite up ahead, up above us. But let me just switch over real quick so you guys can take a little look at the current settings from the 8 o'clock advisory. Maximum sustained winds of 70 miles per hour on Tropical Storm Isaias. It's just on the verge of becoming a hurricane. Weakened a little bit earlier in the evening, but it is on track to re-strengthen and impact the Palm Beaches, getting very, very close to the shore, if not coming onshore. So if you were planning on being out and about, it would be a good thing to just hunker down if you're going to be out, planning to be out tomorrow morning. It is not going to be safe to be driving around or going anywhere right now. Hurricane warning currently in effect from Boca Raton through the Palm Beaches up to points northward through the Space Coast and up I believe to the areas north of Daytona right now. But I'm not exactly sure where that warning ends, at least on the north side. But keep it here. We were just taking a look at the Fort Lauderdale camera, Delray Beach. I'm also going to be bringing up West Palm Beach in a little bit, so you'll want to keep abreast of what's going on. You guys can let me do the work, and you guys don't have to worry about pulling up webcams or whatever to take a look at around the city, and I'll keep you guys informed of all the advisories. Want to take a look at an earlier shot in the evening. This was South Beach Park in Boca Raton, and this was taken just before the sky went dark. You could see some of the people out there just enjoying the ocean spray and wind coming in. It wasn't too bad at the time. A little bit of drizzle, a little bit of wind. People were out and about for most of the day, at least until the squalls started coming in, and then people started getting off the beaches, which, by the way, are closed. By the way, if you guys are on social media, if you go to the Boca Raton Tribune Facebook page, you can actually comment there. I will see those comments, and I can actually put them on air. A few people have actually chimed in already throughout the stream. If you want to chime in, feel free to do so there. I don't see the YouTube comments. I can go and look at them, but I can't put them on air there. But if you do have a Facebook account, you can do that through Facebook, and I'll put your message up on the air. Provided it's okay for air. Don't make me eat my words. But we're gonna take a moment, pay the bills, and we'll be right back. You're watching continuing coverage of Tropical Storm Isaias as it makes a beeline for the Florida Peninsula. Hey, everybody. If you're just joining us, I'm Mario Rodriguez, and I did promise I'd get you guys a shot of West Palm Beach camera. Unfortunately, I was not able to get a hold of anything downtown. This right here is at the Palm Beach Marriott, Singer Island. You can see the waves lapping up on shore. It's getting a little bit rough out there. No real lights to speak of. It's dark out there. The only lights you get are probably the resort lights, but on the beach, it's already dark. It's already almost 10 o'clock at night right now, and yeah, it's just going to get blusterier and blusterier as the evening goes on. So we're gonna keep abreast of some of the different webcams. I haven't gotten any new stills from the Boca Beach camera earlier today. The only shot I have is the one from earlier this afternoon. Apparently, they took the camera offline, or maybe it's suffering technical issues. But you can take a quick look right now. There it is, the Boca Beach camera. That's South Beach Park right there. I think that's near Palmetto Park. I've been there. It's very nice. Actually, no, that's my mistake. Um, I went to the one off of Spanish River. That might be South Beach Park, but I'm not 100% sure. I believe the one is actually called Spanish River, and that's where I went. But beaches in Boca Raton are actually quite nice. So definitely, at least normally, not right now. If you're just joining us, live look of the Palm Beach Marriott camera on Singer Island. We're going to switch over real quick and show you guys the 5-day cone. Right now, the storm is looking to come on shore or skirt the coastline as a minimal, or I want to say a middling category 1 hurricane, and then zip up all the way as a hurricane, then weaken early Monday into a tropical storm, skirt the coast, move into the Carolinas, and then up, 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 become extra tropical, and move out to Newfoundland. So right now it's moving northwest at 9 miles per hour. It has slowed down considerably from what it was doing earlier, but which is why we did not see those conditions today. We're actually going to see them tonight and into tomorrow. So just be aware, tomorrow is a day to take it easy. 80-mile-per-hour winds at the core of the storm is what's expected. It may be less, it may be more, it may stay a tropical storm. We did see a little bit of a flare up on the satellite just as the sun was going down, and they were expecting it to intensify once again just a bit. So there's nothing out of the ordinary, nothing out of the realm of what they've been forecasting, uh, and there shouldn't be. We're just going to see some rain, some wind, and maybe a little bit of storm surge. So if you are right on the water, just be aware to expect some of that water up on the beach. Nobody should be on the water right now. It's dark and potentially deadly out there in the ocean. Anyway, we'll be back at about 11 o'clock with the 11 o'clock advisory and anything that happens at that time. I'm going to also pop in a little bit with the spaghetti models, and I'm going to see if they've updated. Uh, they should by now. It's already 10 o'clock. So we'll be back in just a little bit. You're watching live coverage for the Boca Raton Tribune. This is News Around the Block. If you're just joining us, I'm Mario Rodriguez here. This is News Around the Block. You're watching live coverage from the Boca Raton Tribune, and this is the Fort Pierce Inlet camera live, and it is very dark. But we're going to have this up again in the morning, or if things change, if it looks to be really nasty, I'll put it back up. But just wanted to take a quick look at it. Right now, doesn't look like there's much going on in Fort Pierce. But as you could see, Boca and Del Rey are already getting some wind and some rain and some ocean spray. Fort Lauderdale looking a little bit more chill. We'll be right back with some more radar imagery. Sorry, not radar. Well, actually, I really should get the radar imagery up. We have not done that, and I'm going to do that. So stay tuned. I'll have the radar imagery and the fresh images from the Ghost 16 satellite from the NOAA. All right, we're back here with the spaghetti models. Let's take a quick look and see what's going on here. Let me get the sidebar up. I'm going to refresh them real quick and see what we have. Okay, let's just we have some of those late cycle models in right now. You can see that some of them are from earlier in the day. Um, let's just get rid of those. A lot of academic models and a number of different things in this plot. Some of them are more and less reliable. They also have different goals in mind. But in here is the official forecast track. It's also you'll also see some of the you'll see the European model. The GFS is in here. I believe it's in here. They might have taken it out, but from memory, I don't see it in here. Might be in the other one. That might be a late cycle model. No, it might be under a different name. I don't know. I used to see GFS and GFDL in here. I'm not 100% sure about that, but anyway, let's see how far that's going. You can also see that regardless of the model run, we're going to see the center of circulation skirt the coastline very closely, or come on shore just a little bit. It might also go a little bit further inland, but really that cone of uncertainty that they forecast really shows you the spread of the models. That's really what you're going to see. That being said, as always, the Weather Service are the ones that you should take the most advice from, without a doubt. And if they come out with anything as far as a revelation goes, I'll make sure to keep you guys abreast. Right now, I'm checking up every so often on what's going on. Oh, very important. The storm is a tropical storm. It was a tropical storm as of the 5 o'clock advisory, but it is going to re-strengthen into a hurricane. At least that's the expectation of about 80-mile-per-hour winds, which would be about a middling to strong Cat 1. I forget exactly where Cat 2 starts, but I believe that's Cat 1 still. Um, as you can see, as it skirts the coastline, it's going to get fairly close right around Boca, which is why that hurricane warning is in place from Boca all the way to points northward. Um, so you can see that flashing. Actually, the program is bugging out on me. I'm getting all kinds of stuff on it. I'm gonna probably gonna restart it in a little bit. But we're gonna switch over. I'm gonna take you guys back to the Delray Beach cam, and we'll be back with the 11 o'clock advisory. I also want to get updated radar and satellite imagery for you guys in just a little bit. So definitely stick around. This is Boca Raton Tribune coverage of Tropical Storm Isaias. Hey, if you're just joining us, I am Mario Rodriguez. Hold up a second. Um, there we go. Okay. My apologies. I am going to set up to do a quick walk around outside. So if you guys stick around for just a little bit, I'm going to head out and see if I can get a shot of what's going on outside. I haven't heard too much activity in the last hour or so. It's been kind of quiet, but I'm just gonna pop outside and see what's going on, and I'll put that on video. So we'll be right back. If you were just joining us, I have the radar up. I will put that back up again in just a moment. Hey everyone, if you're just joining us, I'm Mario Rodriguez, and we're just taking a live look outside real quick. I am currently on the street of my neighborhood that I will not disclose. You could see some of the clouds coming in. That's probably another squall line. Might be here in another 30, 45 minutes. I saw it on the radar a little while earlier. We have another set of feeder bands as the storm makes yet another approach. It should be past Bimini at this point, but right now a little bit of a lull. Not too much going on right now. I'm looking up at the cloud tops, kind of ominous from that distance. But Oh, starting to get a little bit of a gust of wind from the south. Oh no, is that inflow? Yeah. Anyway, fairly quiet right now. Earlier, it was really, really coming down. A lot of water. You can see some of the water on the ground right now. Coming around towards the end of the block. It's quiet. This is what it is. What it is. It'll be quiet for a little bit. There's a little bit of clear sky. I can even see a star up there. And I do want to apologize, but I think I need to wipe the camera. So give me just a moment. Oh, it's the other side. My mistake. So yeah, right now, not too much going on. We'll get some gusty winds, and then a storm will come through, and it looks like there's another one not too far away. The conditions will worsen, though, throughout the evening. I will pop out again, probably when there's something going on out here. But I'll probably stay inside the walkway of the entryway of my house for that shot, because it'll be pretty windy at that point. We've seen some lightning. We've seen some rain. Nothing out of the ordinary for Florida yet, but you can feel the weight in the air. It's considerable. It has a different feeling when there's a large system moving through, particularly a hurricane. It feels different, even different from the lows and cold fronts that usually come through. It's a completely different sensation. The air has a heaviness to it, more than just the humidity. You can feel the energy in the air mass. Yeah, yeah. It looks like we have a storm moving in at a pretty good clip right now. So thanks for joining me on this outside. Oh, and now comes the wind. First the clouds, then the wind, and I can see in the distance. I don't know if you guys can. You see the lights? There is that next bit of cloud cover, probably concealing an isolated thunderstorm in the next feeder band that's approaching. Anyway, that does it for this check-in right now. I will see you guys in a little bit. Got to get back over to the studio. So this is Mario Rodriguez for News Around the Block at the Boca Raton Tribune, signing off. If you're just joining us, I'm Mario Rodriguez. This is News Around the Block, a service of the Boca Raton Tribune, with our live coverage of Tropical Storm Isaias. It's expected to become a hurricane as it makes its final approach here into the Florida Peninsula. Expected to skirt the coastline, maybe come just on shore. So just be aware if you were planning anything tomorrow, it's it's going to be a wet one. It's going to be a windy one. They're expecting the storm to top out at about 80 miles per hour. Yet again, we'll see what changes might be to that assessment come the 11 o'clock advisory. That's in about, I want to say, 16, 17 minutes. So stay tuned. I'm going to have that as soon as they have it, and I will put it up, and you guys will be able to see the updates to the forecast cone, and of course my take on what has changed. If you're just joining us, I also want to add that I don't have the overlays for it, but if you are in a coastal area, be aware that this storm is expected to have some storm surge with it for the Palm Beaches and points northward. So it's not it's not a major storm by any stretch of the imagination. It's had some trouble getting its act together, but it is it is a surge of not an insignificant amount, even in a category one storm. So just be aware that there is some flow into the coastline. And that is something that they've been talking about on the local weather service. And the National Weather Service also has that on their page. That is something to look out for. As you can see on the Delray Beach cam, you can see traffic moving through. I believe that's A1A right there in the beach, and it's just really, really blustery. We've had some drizzles. Another set of feeder bands about to come into Delray Beach right now, and you can see it's really rough out there. So keep it here. I will be cycling through webcams. Speaking of which, I do have a camera shot from earlier this afternoon that I do want to show for anybody who's just joining us. This is just before sunset. South Beach Park in Boca Raton. You could see all the revelers uh, just basically taking in the ocean spray and the really rough surf earlier this afternoon. Still just as rough, still just as gnarly. And we're going to be seeing that just get worse and worse throughout the evening. So keep abreast. I'll have that 11 o'clock advisory now in about 15 minutes. And to pass the time, I might pull out the JDXI while we sit here, if you guys don't mind a little noodling. Um, but we'll keep you guys updated with any new developments here on the Boca Raton Tribune live stream. This is News Around the Block. I'll be right back. If you're just joining us, my name is Mario Rodriguez. This is News Around the Block, and we are here with live coverage from the Boca Raton Tribune of Tropical Storm Isaias. The 11 o'clock advisory is just moments away, so stay tuned. We'll have that information for you as soon as the NOAA updates with it. Anyway, make sure to keep abreast. We're going to have webcams up throughout the night, as well as radar and satellite imagery. And I may also noodle on the piano at some point as we get later into the evening because it is going to get quiet. Anyway, I hope you guys are having a good and safe evening. We're going to continue our coverage throughout the night. I'm going to try to go to the 5 a.m. advisory, and as soon as that's done, we're going to see if I can hand it off or not. We'll see how long we can go, but we'll try and keep you guys updated as much as possible. Make sure to also check in with the Boca Raton Tribune website, which I'm going to put the overlay up here real quick, BocaRatonTribune.com. Go and check it out. And they'll have updated information as well on what's going on. The storm is set to skirt the coast of Florida. It may shift a little east and stay offshore. It may come onshore, but we are going to get some nasty conditions tonight into the morning, particularly in the early morning. But by midday, the storm will start to head into the Treasure Coast and Space Coast. So just be aware, right now moving northwest at 9 miles per hour. It was out by Bimini, but it's inching closer and closer and should make its closest approach at around the level of Boca Raton, West Palm Beach, somewhere around that. Be aware, these systems do wobble, so our conditions may vary very greatly depending on what the storm decides to do. We'll be right back. I'm going to take a moment and pay the bills, and stay tuned. Alrighty, if you're just joining us, we're gonna take a quick look at Google Maps here, and right now I've got all the models up, but let me just remove some of those. Some of those are the late cycle models. Some of them are academic, some of them are forecast models. There's a variety of different models with different purposes, but for right now, let's just take a look at the early cycle models. These are the ones with as much up to date, or at least the shortest runs that take probably the least time, which is probably why they call them early cycle models. You can see, um, and you'll see different wind speeds from these, but right now the official forecast track, some of them will be up in hurricane strength, some of them will be tropical storm force, some of them will be a little stronger, a little weaker. These are all computer models. For those of you who've never seen these or don't really pay attention to them, um, these are all computer models that are fed data about the air and the storm and where the storm is and what the storm is doing and what the air masses around the storm are doing. Right now, the storm has been experiencing some shear that has weakened it back to tropical storm force. That has been a little bit of a boon for us because we were expecting a category 1 hurricane, and it may still strengthen to that. That's what the forecast is. So they are expecting it to get back up to hurricane strength before it makes its closest approach. Right now, it's somewhere over Bimini, maybe a little bit past Bimini, just starting to get closer and closer to the Florida coast, as you probably saw on the satellite image a little bit earlier. I'm actually going to throw up. Let me throw up the. There we go. Let me throw up if I can. Okay, there's the radar right now. This is current up to about maybe 15 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago. Let's see, what is it? 10:22. Okay, so I do need to update the radar again. But as you can see, there's a line of storms moving in. It's probably already on shore. Um, I'm probably going to see it within the next little bit in this area. Here's Boca Raton up here, right here at the county line. So you guys, if you guys are probably seeing it right now, I saw on the webcam some rough surf, and in fact, the Delray beach camera is bugging out, which is why I haven't been showing it in the last few minutes, because it is buffering. We might switch over and take a look at the Singer Island webcam. Um, but yeah, that storm is gonna skirt the coast, or maybe even make it on shore. Some storm surge, some wind, some rain, some wind of near hurricane force, unless it manages to get up to the wind speed that they're forecasting. In which case, definitely hurricane force winds sustained. That is what's coming our way, at least from Boca Raton and points northward. Broward, Miami, you're in for those tropical storm force winds. Not safe to be out. It's not a major hurricane, but still not safe to be out. Just, take shelter. Those conditions are just going to worsen, and those feeder bands are going to come in and make a mess of things and then vanish, and it'll be clear and quiet for a little while. Let's I'm gonna switch over to the Singer Island camera while I go and check if the 11 o'clock advisory is where it needs to be. So this is the Marriott camera on Singer Island, and you can see those waves really batting around. Let me get rid of the radar here and full screen that so you guys can take a look. Yeah, it's really really busy. As you can see, everybody's looking at it. They're moving the camera around so you can see exactly what's going on. It's dark. I've been out there, and there's at night. There is no light on the beach, so you don't really see much. But this camera has night vision, so you can see the wave action. It's pretty blustery. They're probably getting that feeder band right now, and I'll update the radar when I update the 11 o'clock advisory. But I'm going to leave you right there with the webcam. We will be switching views here and there, and keeping abreast of what's going on with tropical storm right now. Tropical storm Isaias. If you're just joining us, I'm Mario Rodriguez for News Around the Block, a service of the Boca Raton Tribune. You're looking at the Palm Beach Marriott Singer Island camera. If you can hear the sound of my voice, I'm currently routing audio and everything. But we are we now have the 11 o'clock advisory in uh, tropical storm Isaias is still packing winds of 70 miles per hour. It has not re-strengthened to hurricane status. There is still a chance that it may do so during the overnight hours. It has it is inching closer and closer to the Florida coastline, right around where Bimini is, still in that area. Slowed considerably from its track earlier in the day, 9 miles per hour. So that's why it's still in that same general area. But uh, according to the Hurricane Center and their forecast, they're expecting it to pick up speed and start making its curve up the Florida coastline. It may come on shore, it may stay just offshore, but those effects are going to be pretty much the same. May wobble a little bit on. So just be aware. Late tonight, early tomorrow, not the time to be out and about. Just not safe. Hunker down. It's going to be a nasty one. So the 11 o'clock advisory pretty much keeps things the same. The forecasters have noted the deep convection increasing in the storm, but no intensification of the winds quite yet. They still expect that going forward. They're expecting that within about 12 hours, it may hit hurricane strength before it reaches the Florida coastline. Now, what does that mean between 70 miles and 75 miles per hour? It doesn't really mean much in the grand scheme of things, but that still may happen. That being said, we're not seeing the 80-mile-an-hour winds that they were expecting, at least in the expected forecast, the official forecast. Now, that may change. It may go up. It may go down. It may stay a tropical storm and not intensify. But right now, they're still expecting Category 1 hurricane impact, minimal Category 1 hurricane impact into the Florida coastline. And they're expecting it that if it does not make landfall, that it comes razor close to the Florida coastline. So keep it here. I'm gonna be noodling in just a little bit, and we will get you guys the updated graphics, updated radar, and updated satellite imagery, as well as more shots of the beach cams. I'll be cycling through, and we'll get some. Oh, it's a drum. It's the wrong instrument. Anyway, we'll be right back. Well, if you're just joining us, I decided to regale you guys with a little bit of something that I pre-programmed earlier in the week. We're just here waiting for the graphics to update, so I'll get you guys all the latest on the storm. I just got the fresh radar in, so I'm going to switch over to that so you guys can see what's going on. And let's just take a quick look. And I think I need to actually lower the volume on the synth. That was a bit loud. Either that or I had the volume a bit loud. But anyway, you can see that feeder band coming in. One just came on shore. Another one making a line for the northern Palm Beach area out by Martin County as well. A little bit of a quiet spot in Boca right now. You had some rain earlier. And we've got that center of circulation just eking closer. I think North Miami right now, at the level of North Miami, something like that, is where you see that. Bimini should be on the south side of that at this point. If it's not left the center of circulation already, it's on its way out as the storm just basically slowly makes its way northwestward. And take the camera off real quick. I want to see if the Delray Beach camera is back up. Is it back up? Nope, it's not back up. Let me refresh and see what's going on there. Could just be on my end, but we had a situation. Oh no, it's back up. All right, let's take a look and see. Let me show you guys the Delray Beach camera right now, so you guys can see what Delray Beach looks like. Looks like the squall that was coming through earlier has already passed. And hold up a second. There you are, Delray Beach. There we go. You just full screen that there for a second. You can see that the squall line passed, but you can see those clouds in the distance. It's a little bit grainy, but you can almost make them out. It is just another band out there, just waiting to come on shore. Not too long now. So yeah, I'm going to go and take a quick peek and make sure that the graphics are back up. We'll give you guys continuing coverage on Tropical Storm Isaias. Hello, if you're just joining us, I'm Mario Rodriguez. You're watching the live coverage of the tropical storm Isaias. This is News Around the Block, a service of the Boca Raton Tribune. And I've got the latest graphics from the Hurricane Center. So let me just pull that up here real quick for you guys. It is, as of the 11 o'clock advisory, still 70 mile per hour sustained winds if you're just joining us. Northwest at 9 miles per hour is the continuing movement of the storm. It's just basically, crawling along at a middling pace, not too slow, not too fast. Those cloud tops continuing to flare at this time. I'm going to show you guys that in just a moment. Its current location is just northwest of Bimini, which should be somewhere around the level of North Miami, something like that. Between Miami, Fort Lauderdale is where that center of circulation is. Maybe a little bit south of that. But as you can see on the radar, right around there, right around that spot, you can see it almost reaching the Broward County line, or at least what would be the Broward County line if the Broward County line extended outward into the Atlantic Ocean. So that's basically its continuing pace to skirt the coastline and make its closest approach, probably somewhere around the Palm Beaches. And it may come on shore, it may not. Let me switch over to the, here we go. Oh, sorry. I apologize if I made you dizzy there with that. Okay. All right. So right now it's nighttime, so the visible is not going to work. Let me switch to the there we go. There's the live, well, semi-live. There's the loop, the satellite loop of the storm, and as you can see, the hurricane really flared up right as the sun was going down. It really started to show those cloud types started to bring up, but then you see the shear. As soon as it flares up, it pushes some of that stuff out. But the storm has the potential to become a hurricane again before reaching landfall. At least that's the idea, according to the National Hurricane Center. So be aware. I mean, whether it's 70 miles an hour or 75 miles per hour, it's still going to be a rainy, windy evening and morning. And be aware as we get into the morning that storm surge coming into the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast as well. If you have any family, any relatives that are up the Carolina coast, they're going to be seeing this within the next couple of days. So just give them a call if they're not aware. There's a hurricane in Florida. It's kind of actually the most normal thing that we've experienced in the last few months. That's my personal commentary. I'm not going to add to that, but it's basically just crawling along. We're gonna see it early tomorrow morning. It's already almost midnight right now, and 2 a.m. advisory coming up, and I'll be here for the 2 a.m. and for the 5 a.m. So when you guys want to get that information, just stay tuned. And until then, I'll be keeping those webcams up. You know what? It's dark over there, but I want to switch over and just take a look at the Fort Pierce camera. We haven't looked at that in a while. That inlight camera. Still dark. Still calm. Very calm in Fort Pierce right now. You can see by contrast, I keep doing that. I am very sorry. By contrast, if you switch over to the Singer Island camera or the Delray Beach camera, it's just very different. A lot of wave action, some gusty winds. It's a little less gusty than it was before, and you can just see it. I believe that's a street light blinking on and off. That's interesting. A street light blinking on and off. Is that a street light? Is that a motion light? What is that? That's interesting. It might be traffic. There's vehicles coming through there. I couldn't tell you, but that is A1A right there. At least it should be, if my memory serves me correctly. I'm not sure if this is south or north of Atlantic Avenue, but this is the intercoastal island facing out into the Atlantic. And you can see it's actually, even though it's blurry, you can really make out that the waves have gotten more intense as the evening has progressed. So that's something that we're very much looking at. those conditions just continuing to deteriorate. So keep it locked here. I'm Mario Rodriguez, and I'll be back in just a little bit. We will be back with some more music and another webcam. For those of you that actually are just joining us, before I go, let me just show you guys the earlier shot from this afternoon, just before the sun went down. That was South Beach Park in Boca Raton. Wow. It's only getting worse right now. But luckily, nobody's out there now. But tomorrow, who knows? The beaches are closed for anyone who's curious, but they're out there still. We'll be right back. If you're just joining us, this is live coverage of Tropical Storm Isaias. You're watching news around the block from the Boca Raton Tribune on BRT TV. I'm Mario Rodriguez. I'm here all night, at least until the 5 o'clock advisory, at which point I'm going to probably shut down the stream or turn it over to our next broadcaster. I'm not entirely sure. But we're going to be going all night, keeping you guys updated and cycling through some of the different webcams and media sources for you guys, so you guys can keep abreast. I did want to show you guys something. It is now the top of the hour, and I wanted to show you guys wind field probabilities. We've got just a quick look here, real quick, at the hold up, my apologies. Just a quick look here real quick at the hurricane force wind probabilities. So right now, they're still looking at possibly it getting up to Category 1 strength. It's not as likely, at least according to their probabilities chart. They are anticipating it at least getting just up to hurricane strength before it makes landfall. That is still part of the official forecast. The models have it stronger, have it weaker. What it's going to give is anybody's guess. But I've seen some of the wind fields on some of the news stations right now. But I just wanted to show you guys right now, those of you in West Palm Beach, Jupiter, Martin County, Port St. Lucie, you guys have a higher risk, particularly right along the coast, depending on where the center of circulation goes, of getting those hurricane force winds. So just be aware that that those are not out of the realm of possibility. Now, that being said, even if it doesn't make it up to 75-mile-per-hour winds and is, quote, called a hurricane, the winds that this storm is packing are 70 miles per hour. It's a 5-mile-per-hour difference. You're going to see gusts of hurricane force. That the sustained wind is only 5 miles per hour less doesn't really make that much difference. So I'm going to show you guys this. This is the 50-knot wind speed probability. This is 58 miles per hour or greater winds. So these are strong tropical storm force and greater. These are the kind of winds that do damage. Can damage weak structures, things that are not tied down, tree branches. These can still take your power out. And these are definitely going to be impacting South Florida. How much? It all depends on exactly where the center ends up. But we are going to get them. They are coming. And they are coming. They are already right, if not approaching the shoreline, just getting in as the storm inches closer and closer. And we're going to see them in Dade. We're going to see them in Broward. Not so much in Dade, but we're going to see them in at least northern Dade. We're going to see them in Broward. We're going to see them in Palm Beach, in the Palm Beaches, particularly inland. We'll still see them. You're going to see them. You're going to see them in Orlando, maybe even, unless the system really weakens. But they are coming. These are the wind speeds that make it dangerous to drive, make it dangerous to be outside. the kind of storms that bring these wind speeds often can have hail, deadly lightning, even tornadoes. Um, so that is something that with a tropical system you have to be aware of. It is dangerous to be outside. And it is unfortunate for all those folks in low-lying areas and in mobile homes, that even a strong tropical storm or a weak hurricane is a threat. It's just that's just what it is. So and I'm gonna take this off because it looks like somebody's just adjusted the Delray Beach beach cam to take a look. I think they're adjusting the focus. I'm not entirely sure. You can see some of the traffic coming through on A1A. There's still people out and about right now, if you can believe it. It's not that you can't be outside. You know, if you need to go outside for whatever reason, you can. It's not a category 2, category 3, category 4 storm. It's not going to carry you away. Category 2 wouldn't do that anyway, but I'm splitting hairs here. This is all conjecture. But it's not safe to be outside. So curl up with a good book, put on the Netflix, keep your flashlight with you in case the power goes out so that you don't end up in the dark. And just let the storm pass. It's going to come through here right now, northwest at 9 miles per hour. Wind speed 70 miles per hour as of the last advisory. We're going to see another advisory at about 2 in the morning. I will be here for that. I may pop in, do a little bit of noodling, update the radar, the imagery, so you guys can keep up to date, as well as cycling through some of the different webcams. I also want to see if I can find some more webcams for you guys. So if you keep it here, you will see some new shots of the beaches and around South Florida. I might go a little bit further south now that I've shown the Palm Beaches and Fort Pierce. I might go down to Miami and see what things are looking like down there. So stay tuned. It's great because you don't have to do that kind of legwork if you're interested in seeing the webcams. Anyway, I will be right back. This is Mario Rodriguez, news around the block for the Boca Tribune. We'll see you guys in just a bit. If you're just joining us, you're watching live coverage of the tropical storm Isaias. Sorry, not. Sorry, I can't hear myself over the din of the beach. Let me just take that off for a second. If you're just joining us, I'm Mario Rodriguez with news around the block from the Boca Raton Tribune. And we have live coverage tonight, all night until the 5 o'clock advisory, the 5 a.m. advisory of Tropical Storm Isaias. It is making its final approach towards the Florida coastline. And I told you guys that I had some extra cameras, and I do. So I'm going to show you guys the close-up cam while I'm here, and then I'm going to leave you guys with the beach cam and the soothing sounds of the ocean, because that's perfect. In fact, I think that's actually perfect to leave you guys with until the 2 a.m. advisory. And I'll come in periodically to give you guys graphics and updates. But especially if you're just hitting the sack, that might be just absolutely, sorry, if you're just going to bed. I need to work on my turn of phrase. So let's take a look at the pier camera here real quick. There we go. There's the Deerfield Beach pier camera, and you can get a real good feel of what's going on right now. It's those swells really coming up right now, and yeah, that's basically what's going on. The pier cam and the beach camera are in the same general area. So, but I do believe that the pier camera doesn't have audio. The beach camera does. So I'm going to leave you guys with the beach camera because that's going to be excellent. And I'll be back in a little while to give you guys updated radar information as well. You can check out radar from the National Weather Service website. They have the AMX loop, so you guys can pull that up if you need to. But I will keep updating it periodically throughout the evening. It is pretty. It's a pretty sight though. The swelling of the waves. It really despite there being a storm raging, it's almost calming. That's a weird, I don't know. We live in such strange times. That is a weird assessment I'm making, I would guess. But yeah, I don't know. For me personally, the hurricane has felt the most normal in the last 3-4 months. It's the most normal that we've felt. So yeah, that is bizarre. But that's my own opinion. That's my own commentary. We are continuing our coverage as the evening goes on. I hope that you guys are all home. You're all safe. You're not out and about, because it is just going to get worse as the evening and the morning progresses. So if you got family, give them a shout. Check on them, assuming they're not asleep already. And we'll see you guys in just a little bit with more updates coming up in a bit. This is Mario Rodriguez for the Boca Raton Tribune, signing off. We're going to take a minute and pay the bills, and then I'm going to switch back over to the beach cam. Thank you for joining us. Good morning. If you're just joining us, it's 13 minutes after 1 a.m. local time, Boca Raton. I'm Mario Rodriguez, and this is our live coverage of Tropical Storm Isaias as it makes its final approach towards the South Florida area and the Florida Peninsula. The storm is expected to skirt the coastline, possibly making landfall as it moves into the Palm Beaches, up the Treasure Coast, and into the Space Coast on its way up towards the Carolinas. Right now, moving northwest at 9 miles per hour, just northwest of Bimini, and getting closer and closer to the shoreline of Florida. We got the 2 o'clock advisory coming up in about 45 minutes. I will keep you guys updated as soon as that advisory comes out. We're just switching between webcams at this time. I had you guys on the Deerfield Beach camera with some nice soothing surf for a while, but I wanted to go and check out some of the other webcams in the area. Take a look at Delray Beach, the Singer Island cam again, see what's going down. And, of course, get you guys a look at the storm, at the radar, and, of course, at the current wind probabilities for your area. Let's take a look at Delray Beach right now. Image is a little bit blurry, probably due to the water that's condensed on the lens. There's been some squalls and stuff moving through, but you might just be able to make it out. The winds have picked up in Delray Beach at this time. The waves are also really swelling on shore. You can see they look pretty big, bigger than I've seen them throughout the evening. If you were out and about earlier this evening, or if you're still out and about, now would definitely be a good time to head in and hunker down, because the storm is on its final approach. The eye should be making its way into the Palm Beaches within the next few hours. Possibly early morning. We're in early morning now, but possibly maybe 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. It's up at the level of West Palm Beach. I'm not entirely sure. The storm has slowed down, and even though they do have the forward speed at 9 miles per hour, I don't know. I've been looking at the radar, and it seems like it's slowed down even more. So we'll see what they say on the next advisory. But right now, as far as the Weather Service is stating, it is moving northwest at 9 miles per hour, inching its way to the Florida coastline, and bringing feeder bands that have been hitting us with some heavy rain and wind, and then leaving us in moments of silence after they pass. The majority of the rain is hitting the Bahamas right now. Some heavy rain on that radar cross section that I had earlier, and actually I'll bring that up right now. You could see over by Grand Bahama and Freeport is this big swath of rain. That's where those high cloud tops were earlier in the evening. And let me switch over to our geocolor image. And I think that image might be a little old. Let me give that a refresh. And actually, I'm gonna full screen that here. There we go. So you guys can take a look at what's going on. The convection that really flared up earlier in the evening is ebbing away a bit. That's due to that shear, but it is holding on. It is holding on. So we'll see what we're going to hear from the Weather Service. That 2 a.m. advisory was when they were expecting it to get its wind up to hurricane strength again. Whether it's done that is anybody's guess. It really wouldn't take much. It's only a 5-mile-per-hour difference between where it is now and having a Category 1 status. So that's just what it is. Let's take a look at our hurricane wind probabilities right now. This is the 58 mile per hour wind speed probability. As you can see, most of South Florida in at least a small chance of getting 58 mile per hour winds. We're all getting tropical storm force winds on the east coast of Florida, even inland a little bit. But the 58 mile per hour wind is those kinds of winds that are risky for mobile homes, low-lying areas. Well, low-lying areas for flooding, branches, objects that are not tied down. Those kinds of winds can cause some problems. Those winds are even significant enough to take out your power. So if you might want to have a flashlight nearby. That way, if you do wake up or if you are up and power goes out, you're not fumbling around in the darkness trying to get to where you need to go. But other than that, things are looking pretty normal, apart from the gusty winds and squalls at this time. However, it's getting close, and we're about to get into that core of the storm. So we're going to see things change fairly rapidly once it does make its way in. Let's take a look at the hurricane wind probabilities. As you can see, it's a lower chance, mainly because the storm has weakened. It has not gotten that strength quite back yet, but you can see they're looking at possibly hurricane force winds in the Palm Beaches, West Palm Beach, Jupiter, the Treasure Coast. You might even see it in Boca, which is why there's a hurricane warning in Boca. And I apologize. It's 1 a.m. in the morning. In Boca. Ay, por Dios. Boca Raton. But as you can see, we are expecting that weather to go downhill. Let's switch over to the Singer Island camera real quick. I want to see what's going on at the Marriott Singer Island. That's up by Riviera Beach. Let's just take a look-see. Yeah, that wave action's still going. It looks actually a little bit calmer than it did earlier. We saw some really big waves here off of Singer Island a little while ago, but it looks to have calmed down, maybe a smidge. Still pretty well churned up. I'll take a look over here at the 3-day cone. We have 70 mile per hour winds, northwest at 9 miles per hour. Remember that storm surge, if you're in a low-lying area, particularly near the coastline, you might want to be aware. There will be flooding. Still predicting as of the 11 o'clock advisory that it reaches hurricane strength. And you know what? Let me just check and see if there was. Sometimes when these storms get a little bit closer, they do run a 1 a.m. advisory, and we are right after that time. Still on the 11 o'clock. So in about 40 minutes, we're going to see that next advisory. Stay tuned. I'm going to switch us back over to the Deerfield Beach camera. Really enjoying the wave action and the sound of the waves. I hope you guys are too. Make sure that if you have any questions or comments, or you just want to shout out, I will put your shout out on the stream. People will see it. So definitely feel free to chime in with a hello. Say hello. I'm here all night. I would love a hello if you're out there watching. Just a hello. But otherwise, if you have any questions, of course, definitely shout out. I'll try to answer them as best I can. So we'll see you guys at 2 in the morning. I'll also come back at 2 in the morning after the advisory, maybe do a little bit more noodling on the keyboard. And then we'll switch back to the Deerfield beach camera. Before we go over to the beach camera, I just want to take a look at the pier here. Oh, wow. It's still swelling, but it does look calmer than it did earlier. I guess that squall came through already. Alrighty. All right, over to the beach cam. There we go. Got to get the sound too. Stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. We will see you guys in just a bit. I'm Mario Rodriguez with continuing coverage. If you're just joining us, you're watching live coverage of Tropical Storm Isaias. Isaias. I am so sorry. I am butchering it right now. We are currently live and watching the situation as it develops. I'm Mario Rodriguez for the Boca Raton Tribune. This is News Around the Block, doing its live stream until the 5 a.m. advisory, at which point we'll be turning it over to our daytime coverage. And make sure to stay tuned to the Boca Raton Tribune for more information locally. The storm's currently about 80 miles east-southeast of Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Maximum sustained winds of 70 miles per hour. And it's currently moving about 9 miles per hour, about northwest. There has been what appears to be slowing as it's approaching the Florida coastline. So be aware that forward speed may come down in the next advisory, which is coming out in about 20 minutes. So stay tuned. We'll be having that in just a little bit. In the meantime, we've got the webcams. I've been cycling through them throughout the night. This has got to be my favorite one, though. It's the only one with audio, and it is the Deerfield Beach Pier. That's the beach right there, and that is the pier. There is a close-up camera of the pier, but it unfortunately does not have the audio as well. A little bit of ocean spray coming up. It looks like the swells are starting to pick back up, so we might see another feeder band coming in. Radar has just dropped out for a moment, so we're gonna have to do without that. But we do have satellite imagery of the storm, keeping that up to date for you guys. A hurricane warning is in effect for Boca Raton to the Volusia-Flagler County line in Florida, Bimini, the Berry Islands, and Grand Bahama Island. You're going to find a storm surge watch in effect from Jupiter Inland all the way to Ponte Vedra Beach, Florida. And a tropical storm warning is in effect for north of Ocean Reef to south of Boca Raton. That's Dade and Broward counties. You'll also find that watch extending northward up past Flagler County. As of the 11 o'clock advisory, the storm has failed to re-strengthen to hurricane status, but it wouldn't take very much for it to reach that point, and they're expecting that to happen at the 2 o'clock advisory. So we'll see what happens. That being said, winds about 70 miles per hour, 275, doesn't, in the grand scheme of things, make that much of a difference. So just be aware. This is some rain and wind, and it is dangerous to be out and about, though. And for people who are in mobile homes and manufactured housing, just keep abreast that the conditions are not safe. I'm Mario Rodriguez. We'll be back in just a little bit with some more information as the 2 o'clock advisory comes out, and I might do a little bit more noodling as well before we close out until the 5 a.m. advisory. Thanks for joining us, and keep it locked here. If you're just joining us, the 2 o'clock advisory is coming up in just about 8 minutes. I'll have the information for you guys and graphics coming up as well. You're watching live coverage of Tropical Storm Isaias. I'm Mario Rodriguez for News Around the Block. Here, a service of the Boca Raton Tribune. What you're seeing is the Deerfield Beach Pier at Deerfield Beach. I'm Mario Rodriguez for the Boca Raton Tribune. This is news around the block with our overnight coverage of Tropical Storm Isaias. And we have the 2 a.m. advisory. It just came in. So let's give you guys a brief on what's going on with the tropical storm. As of right now, the storm has slowed its forward motion. What I was suspecting was definitely the case. There was a slight slowing going on. I'm not sure if that's going to continue or if that was just a little bit of a trend. These systems do have a tendency to slow down, speed up, wobble, which is why these forecast tracks are usually cones, because the air mass is not always 100% what they think it is. In fact, it's rarely 100% of what they think it is. That's how computer models work. They're generally very good, but these kinds of things are pretty much unpredictable at this time. In any case, the storm is now 70 miles east-southeast of Fort Lauderdale, just northwest of Bimini, as it makes its closest approach to South Florida sometime tomorrow morning, or rather this morning. Sustained winds still remain at 70 miles per hour, so we have not seen that increase to hurricane force winds. We had a huge flare-up earlier this evening. It has since fizzled out a little bit on the radar. Let me just show you guys real quick and bring that up. There we go. You can see that on the satellite picture. Big cloud tops popped up. It fizzled out a little bit, but it looks like it's hanging on. So there is the look that the storm may be going through a bit of a reorganization at this time. That may mean that at the 5 o'clock advisory, we may still see hurricane strength. I'm actually going to check and see if they've updated the wind probability graphs right now. Give me just a moment. And let's see what we got. Well, it looks like it's actually gotten a little bit bigger, the actual swath for it. So I'm not 100% sure on that, but let me take a look at the cone. The cone should be in. Yes. Okay. Let me show that to you guys very quickly here. So they are still expecting it to reach hurricane strength as it makes landfall. That has not changed. The discussion from the Hurricane Center has still not come out, so I will update you guys probably in about 10-15 minutes when it does. We might even do a little bit of noodling to kill some time. Until then, I'll pull out another track that I've programmed into the JDXI, and we'll take a look at some of the other webcams as well, get a look at what's going on in Delray Beach, up on Singer Island, and in other parts of South Florida. As always, keep it locked here. We've got as much information as we can get for you guys. Be aware there may be some storm surge into the Palm Beaches because of the storm. I apologize. I can't put that up because that is from earlier. There we go. That is also from earlier. Okay. That's what happens. You have to update every graphic. There we go. You're seeing this. You're seeing this in real time, folks. Let's go back to our overlay real quick. So what does it mean? Well, whether or not the storm intensifies back into a hurricane, 70 to 75 sustained winds may not mean much due to the fact that you have gusts and you have all kinds of bands and things like that. So really, it's just a good idea to use an abundance of caution with a storm like this. It is not as impressive as one of its bigger, badder brothers, but even storms like this can surprise you. So, or cause bodily harm, injury, or forbid death. Heaven forbid. So it is important that they be taken seriously as when they do show up. So we're going to pivot over here and switch over and get a look at some of the other webcams. Let's go ahead and take a peek at Delray Beach. I apologize. I have to sneeze. Oh, crap. I thought I had muted the mic. I am so sorry. I missed the button. Okay. Let's take a look at Delray Beach. Okay, so the camera's out of focus right now due to the fact that there's been a lot of ocean spray. But you can see the surf is really kicking up. We've got some winds. You can see the motion. Those palm trees are really, really whipping in the wind. So there must be a squall coming through. That's why it's so blurry. I bet you there's water on the lens, and that's what's causing that. Earlier in the evening, I was seeing, and I do believe that my suspicions were right, some light flashes. That looked more like a I don't know what that was, but some of the lights here on the beach were flashing on and off, and I thought they might have been vehicles, but it's also possible that they were the lights going out. So I see a light here, so it's more than likely they have power, but the street lights had some issues. I'm not 100% sure of that, but Delray Beach getting that weather whipping up at this time. I wish I could give you guys some radar to see what's going on, but unfortunately, I can show you guys earlier in the evening. This was a little earlier in the evening until about 12:30. Yeah, the AMX radar is suffering from some technical difficulties. I don't know if they're maintaining it or what's going on. It's possible the wind just whipped it up a bit. I'll do a refresh and check on it in a little bit before I come in with the discussion from the National Hurricane Center. Let's switch over and see what Singer Island's looking like right now. This is up by Riviera Beach, and give me just a moment. Where'd you go? Here we go. This is at the Marriott at Singer Island. Let's just take a little peek-see, and it looks like the camera's frozen. I'm not entirely sure if that is the stream or the camera itself is suffering from technical difficulties. Let me see what I can do with that. There we go. Okay, so it's back. Let's take a look at, yeah, still whipping up pretty good right now. I'm not sure about the winds, but the surf is quite intense on Singer Island at this time. This is Riviera Beach. So right now they haven't quite gotten what we're about to get. Right now we're on the edge of the tropical storm force winds. If you look at the 3-day cone, you can see we're right at the edge of that. So it's definitely coming in right now. Looks like somebody's adjusting, getting a far loop. So you can see those white caps all the way out there. The waves are breaking even far out into the ocean. So it's pretty well stirred up. And even though it is dark over there, and I'm going to see if I can get maybe a Stewart camera or something to that effect. But here's a look at Fort Pierce Inlet. It's quiet. This is in one of the trails there near the water. Nothing really to see at this time, but I'll get another shot from another camera. Thank you for joining us at our continuing coverage. I'm Mario Rodriguez. I appreciate you guys staying up with me as I try to make it to the 5 a.m. advisory. I make no promises. Well, I made a promise earlier, but we're gonna do it. We're gonna get to the 5 a.m. advisory before I sign off. Make sure to give a shout out in the comments. Say hello. We'll put it up on the stream. If you have a question, I'll also put it up on the stream, and I'll try to answer it as best I can. I am not a meteorologist, but I will try and find the answer. And of course, if there's anything that anyone wants to add, definitely I want to hear from you. Let's take a look at the pier camera for Delray Beach. Whoa! There it goes. That is That is a large swell right there. Looks like it's starting to get a little bit rough over there. Look at that. That's why they don't want anybody on the pier when it's storming. You can really appreciate the power of the ocean and of the storm. Even a tropical storm can really kick things up. If you're just joining us, I'm Mario Rodriguez, and we are taking a look at the 2 a.m. advisory. Current winds 70 miles per hour. Storm is moving northwest at 8 miles per hour. Taking a look at the Deerfield Beach Pier Cam as well. Expected to reach hurricane strength before it makes landfall, so be aware. But even still, 5 mile an hour difference. It's not much in the way of things. It's gonna be a lot of wind, a lot of rain, and some surge. I also want to show you guys what we saw when we started this broadcast, just before we started this broadcast, as the sun was going down. This was at South Beach Park here in Boca Raton. You can see some of the revelers taking in the ocean spray and looking at the waves churning up. A little bit of blue sky peeking in, but you could see just a little bit of an omen from what would come later. Anyway, I'm Mario Rodriguez. I'm going to switch back over to the beach cam that has the audio, and we will come back in just a couple of minutes. I'm going to hit another song on the JDXI, and then we'll get the update, the discussion update, and I'll try to run through that with you guys in about 15 minutes. Thanks for joining us. All right, we're going to do a little bit of noodling. So if you're just joining us. It looks like the Hurricane Center have not updated the discussion for the 2 a.m. advisory. Looks like they might not be one until the 5 a.m. So far, the forecast positions and maximum winds are still pretty much the same. Storm is on track, and we might see a Category 1 hurricane. We may not see a Category 1 hurricane, but they are expecting it to strengthen to that point, just to that point, uh, as it makes landfall uh, later this morning. I'm Mario Rodriguez. If you're just joining us, this is News Around the Block here at the Boca Raton Tribune, and we are live with the tropical advisories. Hurricane warning in effect for Boca Raton, so just be aware. You want to keep it locked in. Check in with us every so often, and we'll have any new information that develops. In the meantime, I've got some tunes. I think that's going to be my final little bit of noodling for the night. We're going to leave you guys with the Deerfield Beach camera until the 5 a.m. advisory, at which point I'll pop back on and give you guys an update. Unless something occurs that breaks in, everything should be pretty calm. If you are still out, please definitely seek shelter. We are getting to the point where it is starting to get a little bit dangerous out there. Here's the wave action on the Deerfield Beach camera. And I think I'm going to switch off of this beach camera. I think what I want to do is give you guys the pier camera, because the pier camera is such a nice close up and you can see a lot better. There we go. Thanks for joining us on our broadcast. We'll be back. We'll be live, but we'll be back after a couple of hours, and we'll have more for you guys at the 5 o'clock advisory. If you're just joining us, you're looking at the Deerfield Beach Pier Cam. Thank you for joining us. Make sure to shout out in the comments if you have any questions. I'll try to answer. I hope you guys are having a good and safe night here in normally sunny Boca Raton. This is Mario Rodriguez for News Around the Block, a service of the Boca Raton Tribune. Good morning. If you're just joining us, I'm Mario Rodriguez. You're watching Boca Raton Tribune TV. This is news around the block, and we have the 5 a.m. advisory out as we close down the stream. I want to thank everybody for watching this evening. It is currently 5:05 in the morning, and Isaias is still crawling northwestward. It's just past the level of Fort Lauderdale, so it is now 45 miles east-northeast of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, and 45 miles southeast of West Palm Beach, Florida. The hurricane warning across the east coast of Florida has thankfully been replaced with a tropical storm warning because the window of re-strengthening has passed. So, what's going on with the storm? Well, it's still moving along northwest at 9 miles per hour. However, some good news to report. The winds have actually dropped a further 5 miles per hour. It is now 65-mile-an-hour winds. Now, that is going to be a fairly nasty day, but that is some good news. We will not be seeing winds of hurricane force sustained, and the conditions have improved somewhat. So that's where it stands this morning. We'll have a fairly nasty day tomorrow, or today, rather, but not a full-on hurricane as we were expecting. The window for that has passed. I want to thank everybody for joining me once again. I hope you guys have a great weekend. Stay safe, stay healthy with everything going on, and we'll see you guys next time. This is Mario Rodriguez signing off.